Yeah, completely started. Yeah. Why? Why do you need to open it? Okay. Setting this up. Okay. Yeah. So welcome to today's study workspace. And if you have a lot to work as I'm going to be working today, I have a lot of corrections to make, a lot of proofreading to make. Those are my tasks today. I have only 2 tasks to do. So I don't know what you brought, but welcome. And for you to get the best out of this space, I will encourage you to get your priorities right first. You need to get the things that you need to work on, your priorities, those things that are important to you, and maybe you have deadlines that are approaching, and you should place them according to their order of priority, that's or the order of their importance. Then choose 2 or 3. Please don't take more than 3, because once it's too many, and you'll be hearing people say, no, I have a lot to do. When you hear I have a lot to do, that's just somebody that doesn't yet have name or numbers, or maybe specific time assigned to the task, and that is the number one event, should I say, factor of time wasting or an energy wasting, because the person doesn't yet have a plan. And nothing wastes your time more than lack of planning. So it's good that you have planning before you wake up in the morning, or before you join, like we are starting now. It's just very good that you choose the task you have to do. You should know in the next 1 hour, if you are called, what are you supposed to be doing in the next 1 hour. You should be able to say, okay, I'm going to be writing the introduction. Okay, I'm trying to brainstorm this. I'm going to conclude that or this. So you should be very specific. It's not just I have a lot to do. Many people say I have a lot to do, and when you ask what are those things that are a lot that they have to do, some of them is very difficult for them to put a name to it, because now they are overwhelmed. And once you're overwhelmed, it is very difficult for you to be efficient. It's not just all about working. We are teaching you here how to be efficient, how to manage your energy, how to manage your focus, which is that is the basics of managing your time. Knowing what to give your energy to, knowing what to give your time to. Remember that in this space we are using 50-10 Pomodoro section, and we have 6 of them, making it 6 hours. So we'll be going 50 minutes of deep work time, that's a sprint time, and 10 minutes of mindful break. And during your break, you should be present in your break, and also during your work time, you should be present at work. You don't mix them up. If you mix them up, you see yourself not being efficient, because now you are typing, you are trying to read, and you are trying to answer emails, you are trying to look at that notification or that, and those things are distractions. And once you are distracted, even 1 minute of distraction, for you to come back and gain your focus again, it takes time, and that is time wasting for you. So I will encourage you to come with your priority tasks. I will encourage you to train your focus and train yourself to work in short sprints like we are doing. So if you have a lot to do, this space, like for me, is a very good one. So you join us, you come with your priority task, whatever you're working on in the office, in your classroom, or whatever you are doing that you think, oh, I need to really focus. It's time that you bring your focus to this place. Let's train and see how we work on it, and we'll be more productive. It's very important that you're not just working hard, but you are working smart. You're working to be productive. You're working with all efficient. That means your time is well used. The inputs that you put in and the outputs should say it all. Some people are putting so much inputs and they are receiving very little output. In economics, we say that is inefficiency. So you need to be efficient in your production. You need to be efficient in managing your time. You need to be efficient in managing your energy. Not everything needs your energy, demands your energy at the same time. None of them have equal importance. So you have to prioritize them. You have to scale them and know which one to focus each time. So it's very important. So if you are joining us, I want you to bring your healthy snacks, bring your drinks, because we'll be working for that 6 hours. But remember, it's not at a stretch, because I don't encourage that. We learn how to manage our time. We learn how to balance time and rest. That's work and rest time. Is very important. So when you join us, you remember, if you can see what is pasted there, or if you can read the label, you will see that yes, we are using the Pomodoro, which means there is a time for rest. And during that time for rest, I want you to take your rest serious. In case you have any question to ask during this time, or during the time we are in our sprint, which means we won't be responding that time, but you can put your questions in the chat, you can put your comments or whatever you think in the chat. But there is one rule in this space, which reads, be kind with your words. I will always say it, be kind with your words. So if you are joining us, be kind. We don't want to see things that will take people's attention out of what they are doing. So be kind with your words, and ask questions about being efficient with your time, about being efficient with your focus, with your attention. Attention is the currency of this age. You know, there is a lot of distractions, there is a lot of things calling your attention, and without those things you'll be focused, but they are there already. So it's left for you to wake yourself up and say, okay, I'm training my attention to focus on one thing at a time. So we'll be doing that today, focusing on one thing at a time. So we'll work like I'm working. I want you to also train your focus and concentrate on what you are dealing with during the sprint time. Then when it is the break time, we'll chat. We have a lot to chat about, so you can join us during that chat and drop what you want. If you're a student and you are struggling with your grade, you are struggling with writing, you are struggling with reading and understanding what you read, please, you can just put it in that chat and ask your questions. But try as much as possible to be specific, because we have 10 minutes each break to answer one question or maybe two. And if we don't see any, then we'll be discussing how to improve your efficiency, how to improve your memory. And that is not only for students, that is for both students, researchers, and lifelong learners, those that want their brain, their memory to be active for a very long time. So you can join us and bring whatever you have at hand to deal with. So it's very important to us. And if you are here in this space, or you are passing later and you see us, we are not speaking, that is not it's not that we are idle, it's not that we are not responding to questions. It means that we are in our focus time, and we'll respond to you during our break time. It's very important to us to focus. So work with me from now till 4 p.m. and by 4 p.m. I will bring you back again here, then we'll close. But remember that during break, I will alert you, have your 10 minutes break. You can go for a stretch, you can go for a walk, you can meditate and do things that helps you renew your energy. So we'll be talking about how to live efficiently, how to be efficient. So living wisely is not just living long, it's not just working hard, but working smart is very important. Working very smart. So you use the right technology, you use the right mindset, you train your focus. You will see how productive you'll be in life. So let's start now, and it has been a good introduction. So let's start working, and I wish you a very productive. That should be 37 minutes, because the first break will be happening once it's 10:50. Then the second break is 11:50. The next one is 12:50. The next one after that is 1:50. Then 2:50. Then 3:50, or maybe 4. So that is how it goes. And during the break time, we'll be here chatting, we'll be here, maybe if we have music we can play, and that is just it. I use the Ambience environment sound for my own study workspace. So you might be hearing some sound, but they are unnatural sounds. So we are not playing any high sounding music, any motivating music or whatever. So join us and let's work and see how much we achieve in 50 minutes. So make it a date with me and work with your focus trend. See how much you can achieve in 50 minutes. That will help you to manage your time. That will help you to manage your energy. That will help you to be less guilty. You know, when you are watching television or you are watching something in social media, you feel like, am I neglecting something? But if you have been here with us and you have used your focus to work for like 6 hours, you know that yes, you have done your bit in that aspect, and so you can be free to do what other things you have to do. So here we train you how to use your time well, how to use your energy and your focus well, and you have enough time for other things. There are so many things that are calling your attention, but you need to chart it, you need to plan it, and we'll be talking about how to do those things. So you are welcome, and let's continue from now. We'll be speaking again once it's 10:50. So we've come to the end of this section. That's the shortest section we have. And if you are working with us, you can go for your mindful break, or you stay here while we chat on how to improve our productivity. The first thing I will be talking about is how to manage your energy, how to manage your focus, and how to get the right balance between rest and work is very important. And let me just say it because it's always said here, and it's something very important, which is why I keep repeating it. Yes, your rest is as important as your work. So before you go out in the morning, it's good you schedule your rest, it's good you schedule your work. So we've been talking about scheduling your rest, and I think if you've been joining us, you know what it means to have a rest, which means you should be present in your break time. You should take it serious as you take your work serious, as if it's an appointment. So when the appointment, if you have a doctor's appointment or you have an interview, you know you prepare beforehand to be there. It's very important that you prepare also for your break, which means as you're leaving in the morning, if you've already left for work or you're going to work after now, you need to schedule your rest. You need to pinpoint, put time to eat. This is the time I'll be taking a break. This is the time I'll be resting, because it's very important. So we are talking about you being present in your break. So let's talk about you scheduling your work also. So to many, to schedule your work is something that is very common. It's something that all of us we know. It's something that many adults, they look forward to, or some of us don't even look forward to it, especially after rest. You still want to rest, and yeah, you want to go to work. There is always a way to work. There is a smart way to work. Not just, you don't just work, you don't just work hard. Sweating doesn't equal output. Is not equal to efficiency. It's not equal to productivity. So you need to look at how efficient you are, and that is what we want to get people to be efficient in their work. Because once you're efficient in your work, which means the time you are looking at the inputs and the outputs. So the input should give you the maximum output. The input might be time, it might be resources that you are using, like the tools that you are using. It might be also your focus. So these are the inputs that you have to put, and your output. If you're a student, you're looking at your results, your grade, you're looking at the certificates you will come out with finally after 3 or 5 years, depending on the course you're doing, or even 7 years. I know that there are courses they do 7 years. Yeah, so that is the output. Then if you are working, maybe you're a researcher, you're looking at, okay, the timeline, the meeting the timeline or the deadlines to submit when you ought to get the papers that you need to be productive. And that is not the only thing that you do on earth. It's not just those things. Those might be your main work, but there are other things that if you don't take care of it, they will distract you. Like you have family to take care of, you have hobbies, you have friends to attend to. You need to be there for your friends, you need to be there for your children, for your husband, for your wife. So you need to be there, and you have a hobby, which I said is very important. We'll still talk about it. Having a hobby is not just writing it. It's okay. Do you have a hobby? You know, when we are writing our CVs, at the end you put hobbies, or maybe when they are doing interview, they will ask you, do you have any hobby? It's okay, what's your hobby? They will just write it there. That is not what hobbies are for. Hobby is something very important to every productive human being, to every human being, because that's work that is disguised as joy. And that's the work you will do after you have retired from your active service. Let me just say, you were serving, you are a teacher, you are a doctor, you are a lawyer, you are whatever job you are doing. Then when you retire, let's just say you are 60 years. I know that some people retire at the age of 60, some others will retire at the age of 70. I think that's the height of it for professors, and unless you have your emeritus professor, you can still go back, but you are retiring from active service, that's on or before 70. Then after 70, you have a life to live. So what will you be doing after that? How do you say, okay, because so many of us, our identity is attached to what we do, is attached to our job. You know, so many people that are retired, when you ask them now, they feel like, oh, I have nothing doing, I no longer, do I still matter? Then you see that those titles or those jobs that you were doing, you have no place it doesn't have any place anymore. You just have it in your mind, oh, I used to do this. But if you have a hobby, you will still have something doing and you feel like you are contributing. See, it's very important. So for us, we are talking about these things now. We are talking about your work, we are talking about your rest, and we are talking about your joy. So these three things, you must strike a balance between these three things for you to be productive. If you work and you did not rest, then your brain is going to take a rest on you, or your body is going to give way. Then you will see that you lose more than you are achieving. And not only that, if you're a student and you keep reading, you are not resting. This is how the graph goes. It's a normal curve. It goes up as you're reading. Your attention is increasing. Your attention, it goes down by the time you are tired or you are hungry. And when it's going down, what happens is that you are losing more than you are storing. You are losing more knowledge than you are storing. So the best time for you to take your break will remain when you are not yet exhausted, when you are not yet tired. And for you to do that, you need to fix your break, which is very important. Then for the work aspect, which is what I want to what is this? I don't know. Why is this showing here? I don't know what's happened now. I don't know how this thing went off or something else. Oh dear Lord. Go, come and check this thing for me, please.
Oh, did you call me Gogo?
No, I called you a flyer. See, not going forward, it's not going backward. What happened? Let me just put this on break for now.
Do you want to?
Close it if you're close. Let's start it afresh. Those people are crazy.
So how do you do?
I will tell them that. This thing is very crazy, really. So I'm starting it afresh now. It's saying resume, which means they know what they are doing. And then I had loads of people in there. How did they all disappear? Well, it's part of it. Well, that is just it now. One thing with that nonsense, this thing. What's in? Okay. So we are talking about how to schedule your work, and we have only 2 minutes, which I know that won't be enough to do anything meaningful. But still remember that for you to be effective, for you to be very efficient, for you to achieve more outputs out of the inputs that you've used, you will need to have a plan. You will need to. That is what linear modeling does, to give you the right combination, to give you the right thing. So you need to study yourself and know, okay, when should I take break and when should I work? What type of work do I do each hour or each time of the day is very important. Don't just say I have a lot to do. Oh, I can do. I have. Oh, it's too, I'm swarm. I have too much to do. You need to give them a name. You need to name them. You need to put them down and write one after the other all the things that you want to do. Is very important. So another thing that you need to do is to wake up in the morning and don't just say and name them by task. Put, okay, between this hour to this hour, this is what I'm doing. Your time block and keep it as if you're keeping an appointment. Is very important. So you already know what you're going to do the next 1 hour. You already know what you're going to do the next 2 hours. You already know what you're going to do the next 3 hours. Those are very important. That is how to cut down on time wasting, on loss of focus, and on distractions, because if you did not plan your time, there are so many things they've put out there that will plan your time for you, and they are going to take your time and take your attention. So we've come to the end of this break time. Is now our time again for work, and for me, I'm still doing my corrections. It's a lot to do, so I'm working on it, and hopefully you have a very productive 50 minutes from now. And I'll be speaking again once it's 11:50. If you have any question, if you have anything that you're not clear on how to study, how to manage your time, how to organize your day, then you can stay with us or just drop a chat and we'll respond to it after during the break. So we've come to the end of this section. This is another section we are at now, which is your break time. So take your mindful break. You can go for a walk, for a stroll, maybe you just sit here with us to chat. And yeah, I can see someone there. Please, it's time for a break. You can chat, you can walk around. This a time for you to relax and gain your energy and your focus back is very important to your productivity. So if you want to be productive, you need to manage your focus. You need to be very intentional about it, to know where you put your energy, to know where you put your focus is very important. So don't just keep working, don't just keep going. It's time for break. So take your break and take it serious. Be present in your break. So there are so many things that people do and they think that they are being productive, like working longer hours, maybe putting so much, maybe skipping their meals so they can finish later. They'll go and eat their meals. All those things are not helpful. So let's look at the attitude and should I say the characteristics of those that won't go, that won't achieve a lot. You know, you might be counting, okay, now I finished, now I finally completed it, I finally did this. But how long did it take you to do that? Should I say, what is the worth of the inputs that you put? Resources, time wise, those are resources that you can't just play with, because life itself is time. This time, so whoever is alive, the time is still going. When you are no longer there, your time stops. So you don't waste time. Time is very important. So let's look at some of those attitudes, some of those characteristics. You know, all those people. I was just chatting with somebody yesterday and we are talking about people that are always in other people's business. I don't really know the time they have. I don't know the amount of, if they have more time than we do. I don't think so, because if you are all over looking for faults, you are all over looking for excuses, you are all over looking for what is not perfect, what they didn't do this, they didn't do that. What time do you have to focus on your own life? What time do you have to focus on your own output? And you see all those people with such mindset, very critical. They are criticizing, or they are looking out for is fault. If you're looking out for fault, you'll find a million of it, because nobody is perfect and nothing on earth is perfect. No time is perfect and nothing is perfect. And when you see such people, those are the people that procrastinate, and those are the people that will wait for the perfect time. Oh, thank you for the heart me, thank you for the heart me. Yeah, Jibelo, thank you for the heart me. Thank you and welcome. So we are on our break. We are talking about how to improve our productivity, how to manage our focus and manage our attention, because that's the currency that we need to succeed these days. So you don't need to waste your energy on things that doesn't matter. If it doesn't contribute to the bigger goal, then it's not something you should spend your energy doing. It's not something you should focus on. But you see people, they are always looking into other people's business, and when it comes to theirs, because they are very critical, they are trying to see perfect outcome, perfect results. When the time is perfect, there is never a time that is perfect. And this is not born out of should I say discipline. It's not born out of them being so careful. It's born out of fear, because they don't want others to criticize them. They don't want to hear from others that you did not do it well, yours is not perfect too. So just do what you ought to do and focus on your own goal. And you need to know what you want to become, or what you want to achieve in a year, in 2 years, in 10 years. Then you start breaking it down and focus on it. So when you focus on it, it will help you to cut down on those things that doesn't matter, things that doesn't contribute to the larger goal. Then you cut it off. Those are distractions. And for you to manage your time, you need to look at your time as a whole. Look at everything that you do as a human being. There are 6 things that we do most times. I will just list them. So you take pen and paper and chart your day. For me, I do 1 week, and I will advise you to do 1 week if you have the time, or maybe you start analyzing it after 3 days. Then you know what takes your time. So you look at every aspect of your life. First, you can just do it every 30 minutes. You write down what you were doing every 30 minutes. What were you doing? At the end of 3 days, it is enough for you to see where your time is leaking, what you are spending most of your time doing. If you do it up to 1 week, then you will see exactly what you need to adjust, how you will get a pattern of how you live your life. It's quite easy. And another thing to do is to plan weekly. Don't plan daily. You know, some people, they plan daily. They wake up in the morning, they'll start thinking, oh, what do I do today? Plan weekly. When you wake up in the morning on Sunday, you say, okay, this week by Sunday or by Monday next week, this is what I ought to achieve, this is what I want to do. And you prioritize your needs or your task and then focus on it. But if you prioritize, if you start planning daily, you waste a lot of time in between jobs, because there are some things you will miss. But if you put it weekly, it makes you to plan ahead, and you know exactly what you ought to do today, 1 week, 2 days, 1 hour. It will be easier for you to put a time on them. And after planning that way, another thing is to name those jobs that you have to do, those tasks that you have to do. Name them. Don't just plan and say, oh, I have a lot to do. I will do my house chores. I have my children to take care of. I will do my academic work. I'm going to do this. If you keep listing it that way, what will happen is that you'll be overwhelmed. And once you are overwhelmed, the next thing you do is to procrastinate. So, okay, let me just wait. When and maybe next time I will do it. Or let me rest. I will do it this time. Then next time will become never, most times. And by that time, you see, you start bearing stress. That stress of maybe the guilt and stress, oh, I haven't done this, I still have this to do. That stress and that guilt is even heavier than you just starting little. So the best time to start is just now. The best time to start anytime is now. And for you to not miss the right thing or the priorities that you have, you need to write them down and know what needs your time each time. Everything, every one of them don't demand your time at the same time. So you choose what you ought to finish within that week, so you don't miss out on things that matters. And if you plan your day, if you plan your week, if you plan your life, you have enough time to do other things. The 6 things that we do mostly is your personal care, taking care of yourself, your shower, your hair, whatever. That's your personal care. That's the P. Then you look at your social life, your social interactions, all the things that you do with people, your parents, your siblings, your friends. How much time do you spend with them, going out for a tea, drinking, calling them? So you put those time. That's another way to do it. So you draw the pie. Then the I, that's income generating activity. How much time do you spend generating income? If you go to work 5 to 9, 9 to 5, whatever slot it is that you are using, you look at it and say, okay, this is how much time I spend. If you have other jobs that give, or other work that gives you money, you still add it to that and know how much time that you spend on that. Then another thing is your energy renewing activity, which is like sleep. How long do you sleep? Rest. How long do you rest? Meditation. Those things are your energy renewing activities, like taking a walk in the park. So how much time do you spend on this each day? Then you go forward and look at how much time it takes you to plan. How much time does it take you to plan? Or you don't even have a plan. You wake up in the morning, you start moving, and at night you come back. That is how your day will turn to a month, and your month will turn to a year. At the end, every year looks the same because you never had a plan. So it's not all about I'm having a New Year resolution, I'm having a Christmas resolution. You need to be consistent. You need to have a plan. You need to follow it and be disciplined to follow it enough. So those are the things. And another thing that takes our time is interruptions. There are things that you did not plan. There are things that you don't wake up and say, oh, I will land in the emergency hospital today. Oh, somebody is going to call me that they have a case. Oh, a friend is going to call me that he has emotional stress. Those things are things that you did not plan. So interruption is still part of what takes your time. So when you chart all this, it's going to tell you exactly how much time you spend on each. Then you can adjust your time and know what to do. Remember that none of these aspects of your life needs to suffer. And for you to give it the balance it needs, you need to chart it even beforehand. In the morning, before you go out, you should put the time, okay, between this time and this time, I'm having my quiet time. between this time and this time, I'm taking care of the kids as they go to school. Between this time and this time, I'm going to my work. Between this time and this time, when I return, I'm going to read. Okay, when I'm here, I'll have my break to renew my energy. All these are the things that you need to plan. It's very important. But if you don't plan it, that is how you see people, they are walking and walking. And when you ask, oh, let me, oh, a little more time, 1 minute more, 1 minute more, and you are taking the time of your break to walk, your brain is going to take a break on you, or your body will take a break on you, and that is unintentional, and it will cause more error. So we've come to the end of the break time. This is 12 p.m. and is our focused sprint time again. A time for us to work, a time for us to focus on what we are doing. So let's train our focus. 50 minutes of deep work and 10 minutes of mindful break each time. So join us and bring your chores, bring your task, bring your job, the priority task. Remember, it should be 2 or 3. Don't bring too many to overwhelm you. And you need to know what complete look like for each job. So once you complete it, you know that it's complete. So we are back to that sprint time. Let's sprint and see how much we are going to achieve in 15 minutes. So if it works for you, and if you are joining us, you can just let us know what you are doing, or what you've achieved during this sprint time, and see if it works. But it's very helpful. So speak to you again 12:50. So it's time for our mindful break once again. For those that are working with me, it's time for your break. You can go on your break, stretch, stand, and make sure that you are not too tired. So it's time for you to refresh. You can chat with us if you're here. That's something you can do. But take your hand off the main job you're doing, whatever work you're doing, so you can gain the clarity that you need, so your focus will be back fully when you start the deep section. Because what makes people to be distracted is not because they didn't plan. Most times they plan to do it, but they never took breaks. So if you didn't take your break and you keep working and working, your mind is going to take break on you, that's for sure, because you are not a machine that doesn't stop running. Even machines, they stop running sometimes. If you don't give them break, they are going to break down. If you don't give them break, they are going to give up. So just like this, your body, human mind is a very big machine. It's a very big one, very big living machine. So it needs rest. It needs not only rest, but also food. So you need to renew your energy, and you need to rest. You need to take a walk. You need to breathe. You need to meditate and enjoy quietness. Sometimes it's very important with this noisy environment we found ourselves in. It's not all about shout, but so many notifications, so many things to do, so many roles to play. So if you didn't plan, it's going to be overwhelming, and that is very tasking to the brain. So we are talking about how to improve our productivity. So let's look at those things that takes your productivity away. The first one is lack of focus, which we will discuss now. Then the second one is procrastination. So we dig deep into these things. And the third one is distraction. For now, these are the things. I don't know if we'll be able to finish this three. So we discuss each break. So we look at it each break. I can see that the person that was working here, are you on break? Okay, you left. Maybe you can hear us. Or for those that are working, you can go for your break. If you decide to walk around, it's okay. But if you decide to listen, and then that's good. So let's look at what takes your productivity away. What makes you to put much effort and not gain a lot of output? What makes you to sweat? You see others, they're working, you say, oh, I'm working like I even work harder than they do, but they get better results. Sometimes it's not all about luck. So many people believe in luck. They believe in luck too much, that they think that everything is by chance. Sometimes you need to be prepared. Being prepared will make you to get lucky, because when the opportunity presents itself, you have every skill and you are ready to take it. So that is what preparation does for you. So you need to be prepared. So your focus is the fuel of your productivity. Your focus is what will fuel your productivity. When you put deep focus to what you are doing, you will get deep results. If you put deep focus in anything, any task, you are going to get it done. That's just what you need to know. But the circumstances we found ourselves in this age, we have so many distractions. We have the phone, the screen, so many screens, the television, so many things. Even some people, they wear the watch that beeps with notifications. Some people, they can answer their phones with watch. Is good. Technology is very convenient. It's very good. But are you suffering digital overload? That's one thing you should also check. Is technology helping you, or is it making you to be less productive? So you need to check that. So the things that you need to do is to put your focus and put your mind to one thing at a time. Multitasking, it looks very promising. It looks like you are doing a lot. It looks like you are being productive. But at the end, it will leave you with so many unfinished work. It will leave you with so many things to complete that you don't even have the time, because human mind keeps working. We keep thinking, we keep bringing out things. So if you don't finish it, you keep keeping half done jobs, you are going to get overwhelmed with time, and you see yourself not able to produce a complete job. I say complete, I didn't say perfect. Those are two different things. So you will need to put your focus, you need to put your energy to one thing at a time. Learn to do that. Put deep focus to one thing, and when you finish it, you go to the other one. You can schedule it. You can put time slot on it. We are going to still talk about that, but don't mix up so many things. Some people, you especially when you go to the library or you go to the office, you see some people, they are typing, they are trying to finish one thing, but they will hear the notification, they will go and check, oh, let me answer to this email. When you remove your hand and your mind or your focus from what you are doing, you will lose momentum. It's just like you are starting a car, you are moving that car at a time, you keep moving. When you move 1 kilometer, you stop, you come and pick another one to move it, you know, you are wasting time in between and you are losing momentum. Because if that one starts and it has moved from should I say 10 kilometers per hour and is now on 50 or 40 kilometers per hour, when you start it again, it's going to start from slow again. So that is what happens with multitasking. It looks very promising, it looks very attractive. You know, people say, oh, me, I can multitask. No, people that multitask don't produce a lot. So if you want to be productive, you don't multitask, but you will chart your time. You are going to time block. Instead of multitasking, you time block and assign time to each of the tasks you are doing. That will help you to bring your focus on one thing at a time, and that will help you to finish and have a complete work each time. Another thing that takes our time is procrastination. You know, it doesn't shout. It's not going to tell you, oh, you are going to not finish it. No, it's not going to. It will just whisper, next time. Yeah, we can complete it, just a little time. Okay, when the time is perfect. That whispering might end up being a big delay, and from then you see yourself, it might never come to pass. It might never come to fruition. It might never come to life because of just the minute you say, oh, I don't want to do it now. Okay, I will do it later when the time is right. Okay, I have time tomorrow. What happens if you start it now? And when you see yourself doing that, what happens is now you have a mental stress and a mental burden each time. Oh, I have this to do. Before you know it, another task is on the table. Oh, I have this also to do. I have this to do. I have this to do. And now you have so many to do, which will be overwhelming. So it's always good that you start small, that you start immediately. Because if you don't start immediately, you start bearing that mental burden, and it makes it worse. Because the energy you use to start it is even less than the energy you use to keep thinking and overthinking about it. So it's good that you just go straight and start the work instead of thinking about it. So procrastination, many people will think is because the person is lazy. Most times it's not laziness. So you need to look into yourself and see the things that you have been putting off, the things that you have been waiting for the right time to do. You have been waiting for the right version of it to submit it. Look at those things. Are they coming from the place of laziness? Most times I will say no. They are coming from the place of fear. You are afraid of being rejected. You are afraid of being told, oh, this thing is not good. You're afraid of what people will say. You're afraid. And once those things certain, your brain has a way of protecting you. That is when you hear that whisper. Oh, leave it for the next time. Oh, just 1 minute. Oh, maybe we'll do it tomorrow. And that tomorrow or next time might mean never. So how do you work against procrastination? Because that is a big thief of people's time. It's not only stealing your time, it's stealing your talent, it's stealing your ingenuity. Because most times the things, when it comes to your mind, you just got an idea, that energy at that time will be different if you wait maybe tomorrow or next tomorrow to do it. That's one thing you should know. When it comes to your mind, you can do it better because there is an energy, there is the understanding then that you can use to do it and produce a better job. How you can work against that is for you to start small. If you look at it, maybe that idea or the task that you have, it looks big, it looks overwhelming. You don't start all of them at the same time. Break it into manageable chunks. Break it into 1 hour. Okay, this is what I will do in 1 hour. This is what I will do in 30 minutes. This is what I will do in 5 minutes. That is how to do it. That is how, and remember, once you remember that, yes, this procrastination is coming from the place of fear. And you don't want to fear your future, because the biggest fear and the biggest failure is you not even trying. That's you failed, and that fear will become real. So you need to start. Start from where you are. Start little. Start Just break it down and start. Okay, within 1 hour, this is what I will do out of it. And once you start, and you need to reward every completion, you need to reward every progress, even if it is just you were able to write 2 lines, you were able to start it. Once it is time for you to rest, reward it and tell yourself, oh, I was able to do this. And that will, should I say, is going to propel you to do more. And that is the easiest way to avoid, to work against procrastination, because it's in human mind to protect you. Your mind is going to protect you from any stress, things that you think you can't do. It will find 1 million reasons why you cannot do, why you should wait tomorrow, why you should do it the next 1 hour. And that might be never, and that might bring in a delay you never planned for. So we've talked about the first one was lack of focus. The second one is procrastination. So the next break we'll talk about this procrastination and then talk about distraction, which is the main thing that is happening in this digital age. So it's our deep work time, is the sprint time. Remember that your mind works better under sprints, short sprints. So tell your mind you're working for 50 minutes and then you have a break of 10 minutes. That's very encouraging to our mind. So let's work for 50 minutes and see how much we're going to achieve. Okay, we've come to the end of this section. The deep section is ended. So we are in our break time again. It's a mindful break. So the rule is for you to be present in your break and be there at your work. So when you are in your break, please be present. I can see those that have joined. Thank you so much. New Jerusalem. I've seen Home of Beauty. So you're welcome, and Jibolo. It was nice being here. So if you are on your break, you can go for a stretch, you can relax. But if you are joining us for the discussion, you can type your question. Yeah, Home of Beauty, hi. Yeah, I can see you. So there are things that takes away from our productivity, and those are the things we are discussing today. So we need to name them. It's time that we call them names and identify them for what they are, and that will help us to be more productive. That will help us to be intentional about our work, our input and our output each day. Have you seen yourself? You are so busy, you keep working. When they ask you, I don't have time for this, I don't have time, and the truth of the matter is that yes, you don't have time because you have so many things that you are doing. Most times it's not just the time, most times it's lack of clarity, it's lack of focus, lack of you knowing what's next. So each time you ask yourself what next, okay, if you don't know what you're going to be doing in the next 1 hour, in the next 2 hours, that means there is no clarity within that should I say time zone. So you need that clarity. So we've been talking about the things that takes away from our focus, the things that takes away from our attention, the things that takes away our energy. Those are the time stealers, those are the time thieves. They are. So we need to call them names. The first one is lack of focus, which means you are everywhere, you are doing everything at the same time. That is just the summary of that. And we also will be talking about procrastination, which I say doesn't arise from laziness. Most times it's not because you are lazy, it's because your brain is protecting you from stress, it's because it is overwhelming, it's because of fear. Is because you have too many things to do, and sometimes it's okay, let me wait. Oh, this is not the right time. Okay, when I get to the right place, I don't have the right tools to start, I don't have the right this. But those that started, have you asked, do they have all the tools? Do they have all the right places and everything working before they started? No, nobody ever have the perfect situation. You don't have the perfect version. You will never have the perfect time. You make the perfect time, and the perfect time is for you to start. So that is it. So if you want to fight against procrastination, just look around you, look in, you can close your eyes and look inside. You look at those things that are still hanging, those tasks that you haven't completed, those tasks that when you remember it, you feel guilty, or your stress is overwhelming, is becoming heavy. You need to look at them and know, did they come from the place of laziness? Were you lazy? No, most times it's not because you're lazy. Most times it's because you are afraid of the imperfection. You are afraid of what they will say. You are afraid of if it doesn't come out well. And at the end, you fail to even make an attempt. So once that happens, if you did not make an attempt, that is where the failure lies. So you need to start doing something. And how do you do it? Is to start from where you are. Start small. Start where you are. Start with whatever you have. The tools, let's just say you were planning to write a project, you are planning to write a scientific paper, you are planning to write something that you need to do research on. Instead of waiting, oh, I don't have the internet now, okay, I don't have the right tools. Why not just write down those things that you just thought of, those things that came to your mind? Can't you take your pen and paper and write it down? And that is a progress you've made, and that is going to boost your morale. That is going to motivate you to do more. Another way of working against procrastination is to break those large overwhelming tasks into manageable chunks, which means you just divide them and tag them and be specific. This is the time for this, this is the time for this. So you time block. When you time block, you obey that time block. Be disciplined enough to follow it. So when you follow it, you are consistent. Before you see it, you see results. Another thing you should also work against, and this one is very serious, is the burden of perfectionism. When you want it perfect, it will never be perfect. You might be working on that same thing. You are trying to get the best, the perfect version of it. Before you know it, another people will show you another version. You keep changing it. It will never be perfect. If it is complete, you need to state. That is just one thing. You need to be sure what complete means for each task. Once you know what complete means, you go for it. Once it's complete, or you have put a deadline to it, I'm submitting this today, I'm showing this off today, I'm putting this out today, then stick to it. That day, no matter the version it is, put it out there. Celebrate progress, not perfection, because it will never be perfect. Human beings, as beautiful as we are not perfect. So why do you expect the things you're going to be producing to be perfect? No. Even machines, you know, you have those that they say, oh, this one is factory fault. Even machines, they are automated and they have been calibrated to produce the same thing all over and all over. But you will still see some of them coming out with error. So you won't have that perfect time. You will never have that perfect version. You need to know when it is complete. So stop procrastinating and go for it. Perfectionism is a big thief of time and talent. So don't wait till it's perfect. Just put it out there when you think it's complete. Another thing that you can do is to celebrate every milestone, celebrate progress. If you were able to write 2 lines within that time, celebrate that, yes, you've started. If you were able to complete the introduction, you were able to get the plot done. Maybe you were writing, if you are a creative writer and you were trying to develop some plot and you're having some blockage, there are ways of unblocking it. Once you're able to do that, celebrate it. We tend to forget the things we got right and remember the things that we haven't done, which gives us the mental burden and pressure that is not healthy. So celebrate every milestone, every progress you make. Celebrate it. If it's just a cup of tea, stand up and do it. You can give yourself a break, you can take yourself out. That's how to celebrate it. Make sure you remember that, yes, you completed this, and motion will kill procrastination. Is very important. So another thing we are going to be talking about that steals our productivity is distraction. Distraction is not always like chaos, you know. Most times we think that when we are distracted, we'll see everywhere, maybe they are offline all over us. Excuse me, let me drink water. You'll be thinking that, yes, it's going to be flying everywhere, that you see the chaos. No, it might not present itself as chaos. Sometimes it's just a habit. Most times distractions are habits that we have developed. Maybe you are working, before you know it, you hear tram, you go and check the notification, and somebody is calling, you are responding, or you go and look for this. As you are working, you zoom off. Most times it's habits. And in this distracting age that we are in, we have so much digital distraction. We have so many things to do, so many roles to play, so many things. You are expected to be full-time on your page. You're expected to be full-time as a parent. You are functioning under impossible situation. So you need to be very intentional about how you spend your energy, what you spend it on. You don't check you're not just working and every time once you hear tram, you go and check. That's distraction. And once you're distracted, you lose momentum, you lose the speed. Let's just say you were focused on writing, it was flowing. Before you know it, you heard the tram, you went and checked. Once you check that notification, you will need to rethink where you stop to start again. So how do you fight against this? Is for you to be intentional about it. Make phone-free zone, notification, maybe you cancel notifications if they are unnecessary. Sometimes you can put ad block so it doesn't keep popping up, because some people, they are reading, when the ad pop up, their eyes will go there. These things are not something you can control. They were designed in a way to capture your attention, and some of them have the money to even employ psychologists to help them design these things, so they know how to get your mind towards what they want you to see. So you have to do yourself the good by being intentional about it, to tell yourself, wake up, This is the deep work time, and focus on it. And how you can do this effectively is for you to have the Pomodoro section, or you have whatever section that allows you to have planned rest, planned breaks. So we've come to the end of this break time, is our deep work 15 minutes again. So during this deep work, you see us focus and we are reading or whatever we are doing. We won't be chatting. So if you have any chat, you can put it in there, so we chat about it when during the break time. So we are starting our deep work time. It's a sprint time. So let's see how much we can achieve in 15 minutes. Me, I'm enjoying what I'm doing. So it's good to take mental breaks. It's good to take breaks. You can chat, you can walk around, that's good. But make sure you don't stretch yourself. You don't work 3 hours, 6 hours at a stretch. No, you can't even do it, because your mind, your memory, your brain is going to take a break on you, or your body is going to take a break, definitely. And the way it takes it, it may be harmful, because there will be mistakes or things that you didn't want to happen, and or you see yourself zooming off 1 minute, 2 minutes, 1 hour, you are still browsing or scrolling. So plan your breaks. See, we speak again once it's 2:50. we've come to the end of this section. This deep session is completed now, and it's our break time, so you can take your break, go for a stretch, you can meditate, and yeah, Jibolo, so if you're listening, thank you for being here, and for those that joined. So we were talking about the things that steals our time, the things that we do that are against our productivity. Those are the things that we need to work on. Those are the things that we need to really call names. It's time that you give them names and not just think, oh, I woke up in the morning, I'm still working, I can't finish, oh, I haven't achieved anything this year. So if you have been waking up and you are busy, you know what that means. It means that you should have an output. But if you're not having equivalent output, that means that there is something very serious that you need to work on. So you need to look at all these things that we are mentioning today to see if they are stealing your productivity, if they are stealing your answers, your results. The first one is lack of focus. When you want to do everything, your eyes is everywhere, your hands is everywhere, you have no time for this, no time for that, but you have no time and you are busy. So you see yourself waking up every day, being busy, and sleeping at night and not getting the outcome that you need. Another thing that is this the stealer, should I say, the thief of your time, is procrastination. Procrastination comes in the way, like, let's just wait a little. So the time is not yet the best, it's not the best time, it's not the best version, and you keep going waiting. When you keep waiting that way, it might not get done. That is just it. And before you know it, you will take time and you are having this mental pressure, you have this stress that is overwhelming you, and as you are waiting to get the right time to do that, you see yourself not doing it, and another task will come up. And when you add that new one to the old one, that's where it gets overwhelming and you might not be able to do it. So the next one that we talked about is distraction, which I said is not just chaos. It's not like what you don't expect, it will just come like flies coming in, or somebody just calling. Most times it's a habit, it's something that we have accepted, it's something that we have normalized. We just call it, it's a normal thing. You are reading, you zoom off, you go check your page, you go check your pictures, you check how many likes you have, you check, you know, those should I call it easy rewards, easy answers that doesn't get you anywhere. Those are distractions. When you keep scrolling, you stroll through the street of whatever social media you are in. As you are reading, you just zoom off. Your brain is taking breaks, you know, short breaks that you didn't plan for, and you are distracted. So you need to work on that. And how do you work on that? Is for you to be intentional about it. You need to be intentional about your life. You need to reduce those non-essential distractions, the things that you didn't plan, like all those notifications that keep popping up. And you can use ad block for your browsing, so you don't just get distracted with all those adverts that keep flying around. And you can use focus tools like we are doing, using them, the Pomodoro sections that train your mind on how to focus on one thing for a time, then go on a mindful break. And you can also do that by setting clear boundaries. That is very important, because even if you have all the time, you have all the energy, you have all the planning, if you are not disciplined, if you are not if you don't set the boundary, you will still be distracted, because you didn't tell that your neighbor that, yes, this is my focus time, this is the time I have for my break. They will call you, they want your attention, because you didn't tell your family that between this time and this time I'm busy, between this time and this time is my break time. You did not enforce that break. You know, it's not just setting the boundaries, enforcing it by not responding when you ought not to respond, by not speaking when you ought not to speak, by speaking when you ought to speak, and saying no when you ought to say no, and say yes to the things that you ought to say yes to. So you need to police it. So you need to set boundaries to avoid distraction. And distraction, once it comes, it will steal your speed, it's going to slow you down. You were focused, you were walking, you were speeding, before you know it, oh, something just came up, you went and you checked it. Before you came, if you come back again, you're going to start slow, then pick momentum again. As you're picking momentum, then another distraction comes. And these things are something that we've normalized. We've told ourselves, oh, it's normal, it's something. You need to check your mail, you need to check. Why don't you fix boundaries and tell yourself the time that you have for these things. You will still do all of them, and then you don't lose momentum in between. Another thing you should do is to remind yourself that you need to protect your productivity time, and you work on it as if you're attending to your appointments. So let's look at perfectionism, which we are talking about. Perfectionism is just is fear. It's not, sometimes we think is ambition. It's something, oh, that person is very ambitious, the person wants to get it right. I don't want to marry now, I want to get it right. I don't want to, there is no perfect human being on earth, and you don't want to submit this version of it. You want to get it right. You will never get the perfect version of it. I don't want to do it now, it's not the right time. You might not get the perfect time to do it, so you need to use the time you have now. You need to submit the version you have now. You need to work on it, so you don't keep wasting your time. Perfectionism comes from fear. It's complete fear of not getting it right, fear of should I say, people say no, that this person didn't pass it, didn't. Why don't you try? Allow yourself to learn through the process. Allow yourself to try it out and see the imperfect version. Then you improve it as you go. Every technology that we use, they are all still going through perfection. They are all still going through improvement. So start yours. Do whatever you can now and perfect it. As it's not even perfect, you just keep improving on it. So that's very important. So you need to focus on progress. You don't focus on the flow. You need to focus on you just achieving one thing at a time. You don't wait till you get it all right. Nothing is ever all right. Not even human beings. We are never all right. If you listen to your body, there will still be things that you need to do. If you listen to your mind, there will be things that you haven't completed. So it's never going to be perfect. So focus on progress. The little progress you make, celebrate it. Another thing is to allow yourself to learn through doing. Set deadlines for completion, not perfection. Don't set deadline. Oh, when it's perfect, I will submit it. When it's perfect, I will publish it. When it's perfect, I will submit. Oh, no. If you are waiting for that, you might not ever get it done, because it will never be perfect. And when it's perfect, I will call you to come and check it. Why not just call the person to check if that is how progress is measured for you? So you should set a deadline for completion. Say, oh, this is completion. And that is one thing that you should learn. If you are setting a goal, you are setting an objective, it should be smart, which means it's measurable. That goal must be measurable, and you should know exactly how complete looks like. What does it mean to be complete? When you say, I've completed this task, what does it mean? How does it look like? You should be clear about it. It's very important. So you should accept that growth is messy. Nobody, if you look back, like if I look back to my, should I say, if I want to see my undergraduate project now, I don't know how it will look like. That is it. Even my master's project, the first one, they said when I look at them, there are still things that, oh, I would have done it this way. But yes, it was complete at that time. You look at your PhD project, you look at it, like when I look, I'm still working on some of those because of the publications and all. When you look at it, so I would have added this, I should have, but it was complete at that time. So focus on getting it completed, not perfect, because it will never be perfect, but later you can be improving on it and working on it. That is how life works. So know what done looks like. Done creates results, but if you are waiting to get it perfect, it will only create pressure, and pressure is not good for your creativity. Pressure is not good for productivity. Once you are under pressure, let's just say you are running late to work, you are running late, you will see that so many things you will do, you start doing it twice, 3 times, and you are not able to, because you are under pressure. Pressure is never good for productivity. So, and now you know that perfection will put you under pressure. So focus on getting it done and do it step by step. Another thing that we'll be talking about the next time will be lack of rest, and we'll talk about food. That is my own area, really. So we'll have to talk about it. It's very important in productivity. And in all this, remember that you are the most important factor in your productive life. In whatever life you want to achieve, you are the most important factor. So take care of yourself. It's very important. So we are back to our sprint time now, and we are going to be sprinting for the next 1 hour. This one is 1 hour sprint. So I want you to get ready for this 1 hour sprint, and let's see how much we can achieve. Me, I have just completed only one, and I'm working on the second one. Like I told you, I didn't come with many because it's overwhelming, so I've broken the task into manageable chunks. So I'm going to be working on this last one of it like I've started, but I know I'm not going to finish it within 1 hour. So let's see how much, but I'm targeting to finish correcting the methodology part of it, and I hope to do that before the end of the 1 hour. So let's see how much we achieve in 1 hour, and I wish you a very productive 1 hour. So after the 1 hour, we'll be tidying up, and we are going to be bringing it to a close. So we'll discuss how tomorrow will look like, and I'll have to run through all that we've been saying during the breaks on how to improve your productivity, on how to be more productive, on how not to waste your energy, your time, and your focus. So I wish you a very productive 1 hour. So we've come to the end of today's work and space study group. So if you have been with me, that has been a nice 6 hours well spent. So if you have been there, it's time for us to get a rest. Remember, we've been talking about how to improve our productivity, which includes getting your focus trained. That means you should avoid as much as possible multitasking, those things that makes you to take your eyes off one work and go to the other. They take your time, they reduce your momentum, it will reduce the speed at which you're already working. So once your focus is not trained on the same thing, you will start losing focus, and that means you will start losing productivity. Again, you should avoid every distraction. There will always be distraction, especially now that you can view the whole world just using the phone in your hand. That is enough distraction on its own, but you can be disciplined enough to avoid distraction, which means you should reduce unnecessary notifications, set boundaries, know when to use your screen, know when not to use it, know when you are at work, when you are at rest, you are at rest. So that determines how far you will go with your productivity. It's a lot to do with the outcome. And remember that distraction has a lot to do with behavior, those things that you have accepted as normal. Okay, there is screen, I will look at it, it popped up now, so let me check what is happening. Those things are taking your time, so you need to train yourself to walk in short sprints like we are doing. You walk 30 minutes and rest for 10 minutes, which you can use to relax your mind, to do other things. But if you don't take that break when you ought to take it, your mind might take a break on you, you know. That is how you see people, they are studying, but they are no longer studying, they are working. They will keep reading one page and they are not understanding it, which means their brain has taken a break. Or maybe you see them, they were typing, before you know it, they are browsing from America to UK to London, everywhere. They are everywhere because they did not take break. So it's good you take break, and it is important that you take it intentionally. So it's not something that you take when you're already tired, because before you notice that you're tired, you already zoomed off, which means your brain must have taken break on you. And remember that once you get tired, so many things go wrong, so you don't want it that way, because when you get tired, you forget more than you are learning. If you are a student, when you get tired, you tend to make mistakes that you shouldn't make when you are when you are smart, and should I say when your brain is still very functional, you wouldn't make such mistakes. So you take break before it gets to that. Is very important. So you don't wait till you are too tired, because once you are tired, you are already in a recovery mood. Remember that prevention is better than cure. So you don't wait till you start curing, but you prevent yourself getting into that stage. So you take your break intentionally, which means before you go out for the work, before you start the work, you should be able to map out between this time and this time, I'm taking my break. And another thing that will help you is to know exactly what you are doing next. Each time, each 1 hour, what will I be doing? Okay, as I'm leaving here now, what should be the next thing I'm doing? By 4, by 5, what should I be doing by 6? Unless you map your time that way, you time block that way, it will be easier for you to wake up in the morning and sleep at night without achieving anything. Or you are too busy, you see yourself doing everything, running from pillar to post. At the end, you have very little achievement or very little results to show for it. So the secret is you being consistent. The secret is you having a plan. The secret is you training your focus. The secret is you taking a break. Remember that in all this, that you are the most important factor in that your success story, because if you're no longer there or you break down, then the success story is incomplete. So take care of yourself, take your break when you ought to take your break. If you don't know the time of your break at work, you can ask questions. It's very important that you ask. You just type, so when is the break time for this job? Maybe during the interview evening, so they will know that yes, your break is important to you. Nobody is going to punish you for taking break. If they are very wise, they will know that yes, you are somebody that is very conscious of productivity, because there is no way you will be productive if you don't take break. If you don't take break, then your concentration, your focus will start waning, and what that means is that you'll be less productive. You use more input, you make more mistakes, you get tired, you get exhausted, and you are not doing your best. So take your break when you ought to take it, and learn what works for you, what time to take the break and when to come back for work. So it's just striking the right balance between work and rest. And remember to eat. So tomorrow we are going to be talking about this rest and you eating and drinking water, because there are three things that are the most important thing to humans. You know, we tend to forget those things when we are chasing this, when we are in this rat race of success. We want to achieve this, we want to achieve that, but these three things is basic. They are basic, and they are something that is fundamental to, is the foundation of you being alive, is this foundation of you making progress. What is it? The first one is air. So remember to take clean air, remember to walk in the park, go out, stretch, clean yourself, clean your nose, make sure that yes, you are breathing clean air. The second one is, I'm calling them in the order of importance, so the most important is air. And make sure that yes, you air your room, you air your house each time. Is very important. Some people, they will close their house and they are breathing in from, they are getting their their should I say their temperature, they are regulating it using air condition. It's not healthy. So if you are not too cold, open your house. Make sure that each day that you air your house, and make sure you walk under, you walk in the park, go to where there are you have trees, so you have clean air. Is very important. That's very fundamental. The second one is water. Make sure that you drink enough water. Not just drinking water, you should eat water, which means you should eat fresh foods. You should eat the rainbow. You know, the book that book, the things that I've been posting, if you've been seeing it, you will see there's the book I wrote for kids, to introducing them to eating healthy, eating colorful food. So eat the rainbow. Make sure you eat fresh food and know where your food is coming from. The shorter the distance to your food, the better it is, because you know, as once it's cut off and they are bringing it, it's losing a lot of chemicals, it's losing a lot of nutrients, not chemical, and some of them use chemical to do theirs. So know where your food is coming from and eat healthy is very important. And drink water enough, eat water enough, and make sure that you soak yourself in water. Not only drinking it, not only eating it, make sure that yes, that this skin receives water. That is what they will tell you, oh, this one is going to protect, is going to give you moisture, this one is going to moisturize. What is that moisture all about? It's about water. So make sure that yes, you pour water on your body. You know, we have so much technology that people are now using, and they will give you something to wipe your body. That's not the best. It might be good when you need it, but make sure that you shower, you put water on the skin. That is the moisture that you need. That's the moisture that they are trying to protect. So you need to put it on your skin. Eat it. Eat enough fresh food and drink water. Again, remember these three things: clean air, good food, water. They are very important. So tomorrow we'll be talking about rest, and we'll talk about also the food. These three things that are very fundamental to our living. So it has been a good day, well spent. For me, it has been a very busy 6 hours, very good 6 hours well spent. Without this, I don't know how I'll be able to manage with all that I have to do. I have loads to do, and I know so many people that have a lot to do also. So you can join us, so you can get things going. You can join us, bring the task to the table, and see how far you will go each 50 minutes. We do it in sprints. It will go 50 minutes of deep work time. Then we chat within 10 minutes. You can go for your break. You can do whatever you want to do in 10 minutes. Then you are back to work. So your mind, every human mind, like mine, like yours, works better in short sprints. Don't go on and on and on thinking you are being very productive, you are being hardworking. There is a difference between being hardworking and working smart. You can be hardworking and not get enough result, but if you work hard using the right things, being smart, then you will get enough output. That is the secret why people we wake up, they will sleep without achieving anything, and people will wake up and by the time it is evening, they are relaxed, they can chat with you, they can call without any burden in their mind, without any stress, because yes, they've achieved all that they have to achieve. So you need to plan. So tomorrow, join me, and as you are joining me, make sure you bring your 3 priority tasks. Don't bring more than 3. 2 or 3 is enough, so it won't be overwhelming. When you join us by 10 a.m. in the morning, so it will be going 15 minutes of sprint time, 10 minutes of break till the end of the section, which ends by 4 p.m. like it is ending now. So it has been a very nice time, and for all your gifts, for the viewers, for those that joined, I want to say thank you for being there, and thank you for being productive and for learning with me, because it is a very great thing to me. I don't know for others, it's very helpful to me. I don't know what it does for you, but it gives me the structure so I can do as much without stress. Oh, there we start, but with less stress. Yes, it's very less stressful, because we need a little stress as human beings to go on. So thank you for being there, and please join tomorrow again by 10 a.m. See you.